Good morning, traders. Welcome to Blue Sky Live's day trading stream. Today is October 13th, 2025. Hope you guys are having a great start to your week and your morning. Of course, we got some great sales going on. We've got our launch plans on sale for $49 and $59. So hope you guys check out that. We've also got a great Halloween special going on. We've got our Halloween contest. So hope you guys are taking part in that, as well as our socials. Be sure to check out our socials that are going on live right now with lots of great contests, meme contests, things like that. The traders like you that are looking for a little extra, a little bonus, a little freebie for the spooktacular Halloween, then check out our socials at Blue Sky Funding because we've got them there posted for traders. And what great specials they are. Also, with that trade competition, I will be calling out our winners or our leaders throughout the weeks leading into the contest. So those guys, those top traders out there, be ready because I will be calling your names out and congratulating you throughout this competition. Overnight, the market had a fantastic recovery. We had a we had a little dip into the session, and then a fantastic recovery. We opened up, practically gapped up, over 500 points, and then continue to make progress to an upside position. I myself took an overnight long in the Sydney, and I've been holding diamond hand in it till even right now. But I'm waiting to see if we can continue to make pushes into the prior highs and see if this recovery continues to hold for us. So stay tuned for that, guys. Hope you guys are excited about that because I think we're going to have an explosive day. Gold here is repping into the open, caught a significant bounce and well past, sitting at 4,099. That is incredible, incredible push. We've got 10 minutes till the open. No, not a lot of news as far as whether uh, tariff talks will continue or what exactly we can expect from that. But I will say this: there will be something happening. So let's keep our ears peeled and just see what the news brings us through the day. Make sure you guys keep your trades safe, with those stop losses, because it feels like it's going to be a news-driven day. Let's take a look at the main calendar, see what we've got going on. Brazilia's business confidence. We've got a Fed speaker here in about 2 and 3 hours. And then we've got another speaker. Oh, we've got some UK speakers out across the pond, but I doubt that will affect us. That will be even well past the New York cash session close. So I wouldn't even. I would say that that's a non-starter for the time being and stuff. Really, I think we just got to look at what is the NQ going to do here at the morning session. Will we continue up? Where will we hit our next resistance level? Feels like our next resistance level and target would be 24,946.75. So let's see what happens there, team. You guys have a great day. Don't forget to drop those questions in chat. We've got Mr. Phibbs himself coming in tomorrow at after market close, and he'll be talking about some of his great indicators and tools that he uses to help him improve his trading and give him an edge in the market. So I'm looking forward to that. Believe we might even have a stop in by Market Mamas later this afternoon or this morning. Not too sure, but we'll definitely keep our ears peeled and welcome Market Mamas when they join us. Not to mention, we've got Coach Matt for Power Hour. So don't forget our awesome coach. We've got some great guest speakers for a Monday. I tell you that. I hope you guys are excited. It's going to be a fantastic Monday. Monday, don't forget Coach Matt's class coming up this Thursday, each and every single Thursday. If you're looking for a trade coach, look no further. Stop in our trade class every Thursday after market close and talk to a real live trading coach, a trader with over 15 years of experience on market and sell side. That's right. An experienced trader with proven record. He's also written books and taught countless instructional courses to traders just like you. And we are lucky enough to have him as our in-house head coach here at Blue Sky. So please take advantage of that. It's a fantastic opportunity. One, I never had that, to have a free coach that I could just kind of wrap off ideas and be able to talk to him, what, 5 days out, 4 days out of the week at the end of business, the last hour of power hour. And then you can kind of, he'll get used to, speaking with you in your kind of method. It's incredible. Take advantage of it. Stop in the Discord because we've got some fantastic offerings. Enough of me talking. We're 7 minutes from the bell. The Blue Sky team is already in Discord. Hope to see you guys there. The link is in the chat below. I'll be in there myself the whole day, and I hope to see you guys there. Jump in, ask a question, bring those questions, because you know what? That's where it all happens, in the Discord. But without you guys in there, we can't get those questions and we can't help. So again, make sure you guys stop in. Can't wait to see you all, and good luck in your trading day, team. Let's have a great trading day. Let's make some money. Good morning, team. How's everybody doing this morning? Welcome, welcome. Happy Monday. Hope you guys are having a hope y'all had a great weekend. You guys are ready for an exciting Monday. I am. What a fantastic rebound on the market on the overnight session, right, guys? Who's long on this? Tell me somebody's holding a long. I'm not the only Yahoo in here holding a long. Can you guys hear me? Hey, team. I'm short. I'm long. Dump the Ponzi. Oh, my goodness. Why? Why, RQ? What about gold? You guys see gold sitting at 44,108? But man, why? Why didn't we swing long on gold from Friday? Oh my God. You know what? I'm almost there with you, bro. You see my trade right now? I'm up 6.1K. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Mine is the competition account. Yours is probably nobody. Oh, it's all good, brother. It's all good. Hey, same difference, bro. Just keep doing what you're doing, you know? It all starts somewhere. I'm ready for the New York Open. I want to see what we're gonna do. Like we're coming down on the 200 during the Open. Where's my little clock? I like my little clock. I don't see it here. Where's my clock? It's not on this chart. Not even on this one either. Oh, they're my orbs from Friday. Oh, I want to do that. There we go. Let's bring this down here. Did you guys see crypto over the weekend? What a crazy rebound on crypto, right? Testing the 200 right now going into the Open. Silver to 50. Let's see. Oh my God. Gold is just ripping. Oh my God. Of all the days we slept on gold and silver RQ, why didn't I swing some silver calls or gold calls? They were probably juiced up on Friday. Today, October 13th, is a U.S. bank holiday. While U.S. equities and options markets remain open for trading, all ACH deposits, withdrawals, and trade settlements will be delayed by one business day. No incoming wires or provisional cash will be processed since banks are closed. Oh, you know what? That's why I was all messed up. Man, we got 1 minute until the market open and balances. I was told, I've had people asking me about today, and you know what, Friday, I was all like, oh, it's closed, it's a half day. I was all excited about it being a half day. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna wake up early, I'm gonna trade with the team, the London. Oh man, it's a regular business day. We're making money all day. We ain't calling it a day early. No way, no how. Is this a bull flag on gold? No. It just it's just a very strong trend. I wouldn't say it's a bull flag yet. You'd have to pull back. Yeah, nah, I wouldn't call it that. Ding, ding, ding. There's your bell, team. Good luck, team. Let's make some money. So the imbalances for the morning session is all to the buy side. We'll see how this holds though. Markets at a 4 hour support at 25 at 24,820 right now. Just kind of sitting there right now. Let's see. Market's still holding. Let's get up the heat map, see what we're seeing across the board on the heat map. Ascending triangle or something. It looked like an ascending wedge, to be honest with you. That's what I saw on it. That's market is still holding that 4 hour support for now. A little bit of consolidation, a little bit of hesitation here in the morning session. We normally don't do this in the morning. You guys know that. Usually we have some kind of, short trend in the morning. Now the market is kind of sinking down and into that 4 hour support, pushing 24,877. Ugh. Market really pushing down now. Getting more of that push to the downside now. Will we push slower? Chewy, as far as this thing. Ugh. It's like it is gonna sell. Selling is starting to kind of kick in. Oh man, are they gonna drill this thing again? Drill, baby. Yeah, it is drilling. It is drilling. Let's see if it holds. Let's see if it holds 24/7/30. Ugh. Ooh, that sell is kicking now. Ugh. About to get stopped out on this position. Oh my God. Ha. Oh my God. This is not gonna hold, is it? It's not gonna hold, is it? Oh, I will hold your can. Well, I know you, broski. I know what you're waiting for. You want to fall through the dash. We're going to zero. I'm scared. I'm scared, RQ. We're not going to zero. Bro, did you see my title for today? We're going to the gulag. We're going to the gulag. My goodness. I'm stuck in the gulag now. Oh, I guess I did get stopped out. It just didn't click. Dang, I got wicked out on that. I didn't even see it wick me out. Ooh, man, that's man, don't tell me you just stopped me out for that. And it's gonna bounce here. Oh man, that is like tell me that. Man, I tell you. We're going to fill that gap and more. Gap goes to the downside. No, man. I don't know. I don't know about all that. Let's take a look at regular trading hours and see how much. Jeez. Oh man. Jeez. Jeez. Let's take a look at gold. Gold kind of rejecting. Gold kind of rejecting. Inky really selling now. So gonna fill that gap to the bottom side. Man, that's gross, bro. We don't always fill gaps to the bottom to the downside though. It's the only bad thing about that. I mean, we're already going for it. We still got to break. You got to break below 24/7, 715 though. We still haven't even made the 15-minute opening range on this thing. Fairly decent range now at the open. I don't know. What you guys think? Ah. Oh man. Y'all thinking, team? Bullish sentiment. We can push up ES if it doesn't break the lows. Let's go over. Let's go take a look at ES. See what it's doing. See what it looks like in a higher time frame. Not much of a pattern developed yet. Still under the EMAs. Put some alerts on it. Got to get above 6,685.50 for you to really start seeing it move to the upside. Chips are starting to make that move. I think so. Chips are starting to recover. So let's take a look at the heat map. Yeah, I mean the heat map's not red. And heat map is not red. So, definitely be careful if you're trying to short this. There is some strength in the market. The recovery could, like I said, what I normally look for is after a sell like we had on Friday, one of two things become very evident. The market will continue to be weak and it will continue to dump, or you'll get an aggressive move and you'll start the recovery. We are still rejecting a little though. We'll take a look at what gold is doing. Gold is still consolidating there at that high, sitting at 4,107. Let's take a look at some GLD cons. The R0 DTE went off the money is about 73 cents. What about silver? See if you can find something with some. Well, find something cheap. We need to find something cheap today. What about the VIX? Well, VIX is juiced already. VIX is actually a little down right now. It looks like it wants to bounce. That's not good. That is no bueno for upside play. Oh, well, I guess it's about time to put our orb opening range. So let's go ahead and do that first so we can get kind of our bearings on where we're at on the market. Kind of fairly big wick there on that. Jeez, that's wicky. Okay. So on Nasdaq's orb, high side of the orb is 24,843.25. Bottom side of the orb is 24,725 and a quarter. I usually leave my levels. Well, my levels are 4-hour support levels. So they always kind of hold a relevance, since price just kind of respects them and they'll continue. That's why I like, if I pull up that's why I like if you look at this chart, like on a higher time frame, you should see how many lines are on here, like on the bottom side of it. Like I got dozens of lines where I was actually, I have quite a few lines where I've been trading it before. I actually have another chart that has more. This is just a little bit of a cleaner chart, so to speak, if that even is a thing on this. Oi. Yeah, I don't get rid of them. I just kind of leave them because more like having the levels allows me to know where price was before, and I know that any lines I draw are 4-hour support and resistance levels. So it makes it really difficult for them to become irrelevant because they're on a 4-hour time frame. Just like your daily levels. Daily levels are very difficult to eliminate and say that it no longer holds validity because you'll notice it may not be that day, but a day or two later that level will be respected and the price will just hold, and then all of a sudden it continues on. That might be a better question for Coach Matt. Coach Matt might actually have some better insight on that. I'd love to hear what his thoughts are on those kind of levels. So NQ right now is holding my 4 hour support here at what is this? 24,819.75. Still holding. Man, I can't believe I got stopped out. Can you believe that? Got stopped out for no good reason. My toes would be tapping right now. Market's starting to look a little little upside action here going. Already broke out the prior high, the intraday or the morning high, pushing 24,856. So yeah, yeah. Look at that. Look at that move in the market. Mm-mm-mm. Dang it, I didn't get filled on those. I was actually trying to go long on the chip sector. I was gonna pick up some stocks cons for Thursday. Or like sitting at like 6 cents earlier. Jumped up to like 8 right now. I'm just gonna be patient though. Plenty of time in the day to take trades and stuff. After that stop out, I'm gonna see if I can reposition myself for another trade. I am gonna look for it. Ponzi, do Ponzi things. RQ. All right, bro. Here goes chips. I'm gonna get aggressive. I'm gonna go for it. Let's see how strong this market is. I'll put my stop below, right above that bearish order block. Let's see. Let's see if it holds. I only took a single con just to see if we'll scale in if this goes in our favor. Can she hold? Oh man, we're gonna get Ah, dang it. Okay. Dang. Okay. Back into the orb high, 24,843. I shouldn't have chased it. That was my fault. Oh man, look at that. Man, I knew it. I knew that was gonna happen. Should go for it again. I gotta wait. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for this candle to develop. Yes, it's crossing 6,685.50. So those of you that were talking about upside, I think you might be seeing it now. It's starting to kick in, team. 4 minutes from the top of the hour, team. I don't want to dip in too early on this thing and then get stopped out again. Yeah, it happened to me yesterday. I kept getting stopped out every time I took a trade. Bitcoin is also catching a bid here. And Q is trying to push that next 4 hour resistance at 24,889. Got in Q at 880. Nice. And Q broke that 4 hour support, still continuing to make its upside move. Let's go. Good morning, Nacho. How's it going, my friend? We taking this to zero or what, boys? RQ is hoping. RQ is hoping, but unfortunately, the chart is inverted for him. It's inverted for him. Woke up late. Oh man. You know what? I had some streams earlier yesterday. My wife took off to go hang out with some of her girlfriends. So now I finished up my stuff and man, it was like 7 o'clock and I woken up like day before yesterday, like at like 5:30 in the morning or something. So I was like, I was like, I needed a nap. Took a little nap. She got home, woke me up. She's like, "What you doing to sleep?" It's like 9. I thought it was like 9 a.m. Like I was like 30 minutes late to my stream. Man, I jumped up, I threw my shirt on. I was like blazing to my office. Like, oh my God, I'm half an hour late to my stream. I slept all night. Lo and behold, it was like 9 p.m. It was 9 p.m. Oh man, I felt stupid. I was like, God darn it. Over here, I'm all like la la land, having a great old time. And man, I tell you guys, I tell you guys. Yeah, I felt kind of dumb. I was all, Wait, I didn't want to see that. It's too much. Oh, it's a nasty rejection on NQ. It, man, where'd the Bulls go? Rejected 24,907. Be careful, team. The market can always pivot on us. Put a new high in and then start to sell, and then we could just sit in the range. So, just be aware of that. Hmm. Friday, they picked me out in the open and then down patience on this one for sure. Yeah, yeah, definitely. But it looks like the market is being very resilient though. 673, that's 2 days out. Yeah, I'm looking at some calls that are like 2 and 3 days out. I'm looking at the 673s on the SPY right now, trying to see see if I can get something decent on those. But I want to buy some time on those. $1.14 for 4 days out. That'd be Thursday. Mm. Oh wow. Bang. Okay, there goes NQ pushing 24,910. Market don't care. Market does not care. We're 6 minutes into the top of the hour, still holding this new 4 hour support. Broke quite a bit above the opening range break, so we're still holding that. Coach, you think we're testing the break of the wedge from Friday to continue down? You know what? We might very well be doing that. You know, although the overall market is very bullish. Look, that's the problem. You know, you got a lot of green in the market, so you need those guys. You I'm hearing interesting stuff in my ear right now, to be honest with you. What I'm hearing is that what exactly I'm worried about is the bounce that we kind of experienced from Friday to today. Will investors that have been sidelined on the current bull run see this as an opportunity for them to re-enter and buy this at a value? This is the pullback they were waiting for. You know, because you got a lot of traders like Coach Matt, you know, that they're willing to wait for the market to rip, set that new all-time high, pull back because now they have upside targets. You know, just like you guys were hesitant to buy the market at the top, right? Because that's really what we end up looking at, right? Who's buying Nvidia, all these other companies at all-time highs? Nobody's going to buy them at all-time highs. You know, that's not our job as investors. Our job as investors is to find value and buy at a low price and sell higher. That ultimately is the root, you know, of what we're supposed to be doing. Dead cat bounce. This is Trump's market, up, down. Well, you've got a handful of things going on. So you got sidelined investors that have not participated in the bull run. We've had the last couple of weeks. Then you've also got midterm elections coming up. You know, so do we want midterms with a down market? Because that's coming up as well. So you know, it's kind of a sticky. I think Trump has more reason to fold and negotiate than to hold his cards. And that's exactly what I was reading. I was reading that yesterday. A lot of people were talking about that. As a matter of fact, I mean, look at where we're at. Look at where we're at inside that trend. We've already gotten back into it. We're above the EMA ribbon now. We're holding that. So if we can hold this on the 6 hour, you're gonna catch this bounce just like this. You're gonna catch this. Now, here's the funny thing about it. You know, if you start looking at structure of like the bounces, you can see like, okay, we sold, okay, we got the weak candle there on this one. This one right here was almost an engulfing candle right there, right? You know, we look at the next cell. You know, this is the stuff I start looking at. You know, is what do we do in these levels? Let's get rid of my little poop emoji. We don't need it there. See, this is the last time. This was a box level we were talking about with Mike like a couple of weeks ago. He had mentioned this box here, but you could see how we just kind of wicked into it. You got that cell. This is that cell, and then look at how hard it just bounced. It just like, psh, you know. So that's kind of what's got me going because you know if we get the cell is just gonna be a multi-day sell like this. Boom, 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 boom. And the structure right now is not this. The structure right now is not this. This is not it. This is what we have. We have the upside structure kind of happening. So let's see. And with the rest of the market kind of with the rest of the market rebounding, yes, we do have some tickers in between that are, but we'll have to just wait and see. Got 18 minutes on this 1 hour candle. And 1 hour candle is closing to the upside. Any thoughts on the euro versus USD? All right, let's check this out. Ooh, that's like a bear flag. It's like a bear flag right there. It looks like the sell cycle is actually going to start taking hold. You're well under your EMAs. You're well under the ribbon. I would expect you to see even lower on the euro. You got that prior wick already. That's already wicked you down into one 115 610. So I would probably anticipate that you'll start getting into Thursday's lows. I'm almost positive you're gonna see Thursday's lows. I mean, you're already in Friday. You've already dug into Friday, and you have an M here that formed. You can see that right here. So you'll get the down. Where could you? Where would you find support though? You continue to sell. Oh, there's your support right there. So you'll probably tap first 1.15440. Next level would be 1.15308. Then your last one would be 1.152. If that falters, then you're really looking down further at 1.14595. That's what I would anticipate. What do you think? How does that sound to you? Are you still in a downtrend? You have not been able to break the downtrend. You got like a second one here. Hmm. Yeah, I see. Definitely. Yeah, just be careful on it. I'm not sure if you're trying to catch the bounce on it, but yeah, definitely just watch your position. I think it's got more downside though. Definitely. Glad to help, my friend. Glad to help. If any of you guys want me to take a look at a chart, I'm more than glad to take a look at it for y'all. Offer y'all some, what I see on it, what my read is. Let's take a look at gold. Consolidating here at the top. Still just trucking along, trucking along. There goes ES, kind of rejecting. Still in the lat range. We did pop out of that alert that I had. So ES right now, top side is 6,697 and a quarter. Has not broken the overnight high. So the overnight high is at 6,706 and a quarter. I'm kind of worried though that this is our high and we're gonna just putter out from here. You know, Notice we are at the 61 reversal from the Friday drop. Are we? Yeah, I had not noticed that myself. That's pretty interesting. 0.618. Ah, 61%. It's like the mean. That's like the midpoint then. So we're like smack dab in the middle of this. So we've pretty much almost made up 50% of the sell. So now it's what will the market do? Will it continue to regain the rest of the sell off, or will we push lower into that lower side of the range? It will dump. I've gotten sell signals, but they look like they want to kick in, broski. They look like they want to kick in. Will it dump into the gap? I'm watching that too. Trump just has to tweet China. Not moving. Not much is moving to the upside. Stop limit at 487. I was thinking of getting out early, but I don't know. Are you short? Are you short on this, Alfie? I think you are. No, you're long. Yeah, you're long. Yeah, because your stop is below. Sorry about that. I should have realized that. Relative to where price was. My fast math wasn't fast enough. Oh, this is interesting. A little bit of fear in the market. That's what I'm seeing. Fear index shows fear. Hmm. Wow. Nasty. There's the market selling pretty nasty here into the bottom of the hour. We're coming into the close of London, so we're coming into London Power Hour team. Whew. Remember I said earlier, what would not surprise me is they continue to push higher, set the high for the intraday, and then they'll start to sell us in. We'll come into that low, maybe around New York lunch. We'll be around this range here, 24,500. and then we'll start to make that bounce up towards the latter half of the day. That way, yeah, a little bit of everybody ate. We got the Bulls eating, we got the Bears gonna eat. We'll see what happens. Dang, Steve. 17,000? Well, I hope you're sending Uber Eats today, bro. You got my address in the company directory. Getting sell signals on NASDAQ now. Oh, ew. Should we go for this? Man, this is grody muscody. Bitcoin also starting to sell. Can we get into this? Can we get a little action out of the sell? Let's see if we can make up for some of our losses from earlier. Put the stop here at that 4-hour resistance level. See if the market will continue to sell for us. Man, Steve, I swear, man, that's some gains right there, bro. All right, there we go. Now the market is selling. Come on. But there we go. Now we're pushing down. Come on. Pushing 24,804. Can we get further though? We get a little further down. Come on. Come on, push it down. The sell gonna be holding for a while. Looks like we're gonna sell into London Power Hour. It starts in like 3 minutes, team. You gotta be careful with your positions. Is the bicycle over already? Holding right now, trying to buy it back. Look at that. They're holding that 4 hour support. That 815 just won't give it up. Sorry. That's a 24, 819 and a quarter. That's a 4 hour support resistance area. So we're just kind of like stuck on it right now. You can kind of see, we rejected that upper 4 hour support. Now we're at that second band and we're like right in the middle of it, right below the opening orb range high. So we'll see. Ugh, man, market's really dipping now. Dropping the order pools. They're trying to trick buyers, right? That's what they're trying to do. Trying to trap buyers to go long because they're looking at the order books. I hate that when you see like ghost orders. So I like a lot of times I don't like looking at it. They do this all night. Oh, I know they do. I know they do. That's actually why I stopped looking at Bookmap because I would see so many ghost orders on the chain and they do that kind of like hooky stuff. They'll drop in like a big order. Then the market will start to sway in that direction and then they'll pull the order on it. Just so that they can generate like
like an artificial bounce out of it. Get the market to dip and then they switch. It's crazy. It's criminal, bro. It's criminal.
Yeah, I think we all are, bro. We all are. We've all gotten whipsaw by that nasty candle we call yep. I'm like, why did I do that? Why did I do that? All right, team. We're 3 minutes into New York lunch now. Wow. Gonna move on Tesla, ripping to the upside. Dang. Looks like the short's not gonna hold up for us here into the London. Looks like I'm gonna get stopped out again. Oh man, no bueno, no bueno. I was trying to get in those 673s for 4 days out. They dipped to like 78 cents, 77 cents, and I missed my entry on them. They're sitting at 97 cents. They've already popped like 20 cents a con now. We'll see though. I'm gonna cut out of that position. Hmm. Mhm. So Genki is gonna go for that 4 hour support again. Can it get above it? Get above that. Should have clear sailing up to the upside. Should have a fairly decent capability of getting that bounce. All right, let's take a look at gold. We haven't really looked much at gold. What's it doing? Gold still making its move to the upside. Strong morning for gold and alloys. Precious metals have been moving quite nice. Oh, what are we gonna do here though? Yes, still holding. Mm. Interesting. I'm getting sell signals on Bitcoin now. And Q's throwing sell signals as well. Back into that orb high. But like the sell is still holding. Dow is holding below 265. Yeah, I got a sell signal right now on the NQ. I'm watching it. I haven't taken any options trades. I'm still holding. I want those calls for Friday, but I want them cheap. I don't like 50 bucks. I want to pay like 38 bucks for them. That's what I want to pay. We also got Taco Tuesday coming up tomorrow. Key. Yeah, don't forget we've got Fibs coming in tomorrow. So he'll be coming in tomorrow to speak to us about his strategies. So hope to catch you all there for that. That's going to be a free little lecture we've got going on after market close tomorrow. I think we might even have Market Mamas in later this afternoon. So we'll see if she's available to pop in for us, team. Oh man, there it is. What's that downside push now? Sheesh. Calls are back at 83. Well, then we're gonna have a little bit further selling going into into the top of the hour. Let's see how the Brits reposition themselves. That's really what it seems like. So at taking profit, trying to realign themselves. Market's still holding. Broke below the opening range high, so that is a 24,843, acting like a little bit of resistance now, but I think you'll get that push though. We'll see though. Anything can happen. Oof. Well, the market is really settling in now. Whew. Sell is really kicking now. Oh man, that is a nasty sell. Dang it. Market cooling off here now into the top of the hour. We got 10 minutes till. Like I said, I anticipated a pullback here. 15-second gold at 40, 41.20. Oh my goodness, look at that. Ja. Gold is ripping. It's just a shame that gold is just so expensive. The cons are just all juiced up right now. Zero DTE, silver and gold are both overpriced. Well, silver not so much. One out the money on silver is about 15 to 12 cents. Like you could take a long on gold. You'd have to wait for the pullback though. You know, if you guys are looking at, is anybody trading gold right now? Who's long on gold right now other than RQ? I know RQ is long on gold. Silver, I wish. Look at this. Incredibly long. All right, Ted. I like it. And Q at a previous week mid at 24,778 here. Can we hold this? Uh, I'll go get myself a refill on some rocket fuel. BRB.
Yeah, definitely be careful what you wish on that.
What's that SPY call at? 77 cents. Still selling though. It's a nice low though. We're in the middle of the orb range though right now, so still got a few points to get below if you want to get to the orb low, which is at 24,725. 777. Does that mean that we're gonna get 666 next? Good morning, Becky. How's it going? Good to see you.
We're having a good start to your morning.
No. I said my swing indicator, it said short side, and I think it still might be the case. Testing that low, trying to push lower into it. Will it go though? That's the question though. Morning, the wrist today. Kick my head actually locked out red. Yeah, I've gotten a couple of paper cuts here in the morning session myself. I haven't had much luck. I had my nice overnight trade, so it's kind of holding me up right now, but my intraday trades have been just kind of horrible. Well, my first entry was a little like I knew I was being aggressive on it, and I said it, but I took a single con instead, so that helped. Second time, same thing. Right now I'm just chilling. Right now I'm just waiting. Here at the top of the hour, 5 minutes into it. About 35 minutes into London Power Hour team. This is OPEX this week. Doesn't Coach Matt say that if there's any week to short the market, it's OPEX, or is it the week after? I can't remember which one he said. You guys remember? Go take a look at gold sitting at 4,117. A little rejection at the top. We can tag him in chat. Yes, it's starting to sell now too. Probably gonna get that push to the lows. Go for it, man. Just make those spy calls cheaper. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to ask coach on that. Silver catching a sell now. Let's see if we can tag Coach Matt. I'm gonna tag him and ask him. I can't remember if it was the week before. Let's see. I just dropped that question to Coach Matt. Let's see what he says there. I'm fairly certain he'll hit us up with a response. Catching a bid here now in the market. Let's go. What are we gonna do? Can they hold this market? Can they hold this market? That is the question. Oh, dang it. You're right. That's right. Shoot. You might be right. Yeah, might be right. Dang it. Okay. Well, we'll see what he says. Let's see what he says. Market holding again. Looks like we might start catching a bid here into the London close. Looks like we're going for that 4 hour support again. 852, 825 resistance. We'll see. We'll see if we can break out of this. Otherwise, we're going to reject. Got 6 seconds on this 3 minute candle to the upside, so I think we'll see it. Bouncing so far, yeah. Bouncing off a 4 hour support right now. Market's starting to bounce, really need something needs to give. I think we are, bro. I think we are. I mean, last week we had a crazy trend. So far, the overnight session regained some, 50% of that sell off. And now we're just kind of coasting in the mid range of that. That's realistically where we're at. Market is trying to digest whether or not it can build enough interest for upside. Oh, there goes NQ again, pushing that orb high. Huh. Don't load me up on that. Dang, that spy call just ripped to 95 cents. Dang, I was looking at it too. I missed my entry on that Nasdaq too. I should have went long right here. Right in this candle, I should have went long. We'll see though. We will see. Can we break that range though and get above? That's the real question. What's up, Affluent? How you doing? Market close. No, man. You know what? I thought it did as well, but everybody says it's a full day, so we're full daying it, brother. Yeah, it's a full day. So we are going to be trading all the way through the end of the session. I'm doing good, bro. I'm doing good. I'm chilling. I'm chilling right now. I had a fantastic overnight trade. I got a couple of paper cuts trying to scalp on the trying to enter positions into the trend, but it's just been a ranging morning, you know. We let's see, at the opening bell, we created an intraday high on Nasdaq of 24,914 and a quarter. Low side of that for the morning session is 24,745. So, well, actually a little bit lower than that. Your actual real low would be 24,725.50 because that's the orb low. Sorry about that, team. Really? You were here at three? Man, you know what? I was up. I was hanging with some friends of mine. You should have pinged me. You know, Blasky pinged me yesterday at mm, let's see, what time did Blasky ping me? He pinged me at like 6. Well, since I took my nap early, I woke up at, obviously 9 p.m. So I got like a 2 hour nap in me. So I stayed up to like 4:35 in the morning. I was watching the market. I was managing my trade because I had been in a long position from the Sydney Open, which I'm really mad at myself, man. I got stopped out on this for no good reason. There was no good reason for me to get stopped out. I'd be up like 9 G's on that trade, but you know what? That's how it goes, bro. You win some, you lose some. But you know what? The trade was still green, so I ain't worried. About 9 minutes from the top of the hour, team. 9 minutes from the London close. That was a good bounce right there, though. I hadn't seen the market do this in a while. The last few weeks when we would sell, we would reject and just continue down. So this is nice for upside to see this holding. Hey, Becky, good morning. Welcome to the stage. Hmm. There goes the ass. Now starting to grip. Come on, break out of this range. Need to need to get above 6,706 and a quarter for that upside. Hopefully it will, brother. Hopefully it will. I'm sure you'll be all right. I'm sure they'll get you taken care of here shortly. A slow grind here. Hmm. Well, it's that long position I missed. Dang it. Kind of mad. Kind of mad about it. How'd I miss it though? That's the better question. Man, those calls are up $1 now. What a shame. Well, my trading view froze for a minute. I thought he didn't hit any. I thought I didn't hit my buy button. So hit it two more times. All trades were suddenly executed. At least I got it closed out in green, scaring away when that happens. Bro, dude, I feel you on that, man. That always that gets me sometimes too, man. I'll put my order in and it'll linger. It'll take a second for it to pop up. And I'm just like, dude, come on. Pop my order up. I've learned though now, like I'll wait. I'll wait for it to populate the order. I'll give it the time because the last thing I want to do is be sized in like crazy large and take a bigger loss than I'm capable of managing, you know? Yeah, best suggestion, I'd rather be safe than sorry than over leverage, especially how big your order blocks are, like, if I'm taking NASDAQ, the last thing I want to do is scale in four, you know? Yeah, I missed my long. Mm-hmm. We're getting there. I mean, we get above this next level. Yes, should see 67.05 though. I think so. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But you can see that there is a lot of indecision in the market. Yeah, there's not a lot of confidence in either way. You got any swing positions going? I wanted to swing along on Friday's close, but I'm glad I didn't because I saw that nasty dip right before the session close. I would have probably been like almost a break even or probably under. Hmm. Yeah, definitely. Last thing you want to do is swing a position and then all of a sudden be underwater, and then no real way to get out of it other than just take the loss. Yep. And we're still holding these highs. Set that new high at 4,124 on gold. A little bit of a rejection there, but I mean, gold has been doing this every single day. Sets an all-time high, pulls back, finds a base on the 26th, and then kind of consolidates and rebounds. So it was a nice bounce on the overnight session. Mm-hmm. The Q looks like it's making a bull flag on the three, little mini one. It's about the right time for it too. And there's our London Power Hour close. So we will see you tomorrow, our friends across the pond. Against that trend line. Yep. Should go. I mean, we're already retesting, so we should go back for that intraday high. He's got to get above 24,888 or 889. Yeah. Should see that now. Bitcoin just consolidating. A lot of green across the heat map. Makes it difficult for it to sell with this much green in the market. And we just blasted through that support. There it is. It always is. I know I got stopped out on my lawn from last night, like right here at 24 725. Not happy. Not happy at all. I think Pico's again. Yeah. I was just trying to see if we could get that full on recovery, you know. I was trying to see if we could get to like 25 181. With like two cons from the opening, that's like $20,000. Yeah.
Those are the trades I hunt for. Those are the ones I look for.
One trade, write it all day. What I liked about it is when we opened up, we gapped up real hard. We gapped up so hard, we came up to my orb low, and then we never touched it again. I came in, I put my stop just a little above break even, and it just flew. You know, because I got in at 24 694. So I got in right at the open when it popped. And I just held it. But I always look for that. That's kind of like my trade. You know, I'm good at that trade. I've been hunting that trade for like a year and a half. So I normally look for the expansion at the Sydney Open, especially like on a Sunday. You know, I always look for that because we start to set levels more often than not to the top side. So really, I try to jump on it, hoping for the expansion, and then I just kind of monitor it to see until it kind of runs out of steam. You know, I see what the London offers us. If the London doesn't give it up, then I'll stay in it. And London didn't really give up. Let me turn on electronics again. Yeah, this is all right here. Even the 1 hour looks like a bull flag, like a megaphone maybe. I don't really trade megaphone patterns though. That's not my specialty. I haven't studied that strategy enough to really understand it. So, hmm yeah, and the way we're set up, I mean, it looks like an upside push, at least for now. Really interesting, even with the fear and greed index showing that, there's a lot of fear in the market. A friend told me a long time ago, a lot of people underestimate the American market, the resilience of it. And I agree with them. I think it really is Americans though. I don't think it's so much the market, it's Americans. We're working harder, more hours, more jobs than ever before. We're still buying. Even as overpriced as it is. It's crazy. I've got a lot of friends that are like in across, in Asia and Europe. And, when we talk about food prices at the grocery, very much different prices. It's pretty interesting to see how inexpensive their, their cost of food is, and at the grocery. Yeah, yes, less expensive than ours. Eggs, beef, bread, you know, at least $1.50 to $2 cheaper in some cases. Coast us in this range a little bit longer. Hmm. Yeah, it's just like, I don't know if you have friends that are traders that are still looking at those COVID lows that those were their targets, were the COVID lows, or are the COVID lows. They may even still be waiting for them. I got friends that are sitting in that pool, and I'm just like, I just don't see that. Hmm. Gold looks like it wants to go. This is actually good for gold, because if if the market rebounds and rebounds strong, that means that gold's going to run with it and even create even higher highs. Sheesh. Under, we could see 5,000 by end of year on gold. Hmm. Oh, we got 20 minutes. I'm sorry. I didn't really hear much on what exactly did you hear on crypto news? I didn't really catch anything. Mm. You know what? I did hear about that. I heard it, even a trader took his life because of how bad his losses were and his liquidation. You know, what a shame. What a shame. Yep. I think that's just the problem that, if you don't manage your personal assets properly and then you start living well beyond your means to where you have to trade to live, and it turns into a whole different problem. Yeah. Yeah, that. Oh man. Yeah. That's a scary situation to put yourself in. No, not time yet. Not time yet. Hmm. I'm gonna retest that orb high again on NQ. It looks like. Hmm. So let me ask you, Becky, when you start your morning when you're first going to trade, what is your process for starting your day? Hmm. Got it. Hmm. Okay, I like it. I think you have a little bit of well, you have a different process than I, because I got so many other moving parts I have to tackle out on top of my morning routine. Usually me, I'll get up, I'll wash my face, I'll go make my cup of coffee, I'll start sitting at my desk, and I'll start kind of going through, my maps across all the charts. I'll start looking at NASDAQ, I look at Bitcoin, yes, gold and silver, see kind of where the range is or highs and lows. And then, I'll go to a higher time frame and start looking at, what the trend has been doing since the London, so I can start, kind of building my thesis of what the day might entail. We're going to move in either direction. So that's usually my morning routine. I'll start making my notes on the chart. I keep a lot of, I usually make a lot of mental notes more than anything I write down. I don't usually write anything until the end of the day. So I usually wait towards the latter half of the day, and then I kind of write down, what happened through the day, my trades that I took, how they played out according to what my morning thesis was. And then, I'll also start to put in and rank, how much I followed my morning thesis. Did I follow it? And then, I'll start ranking my trade score off of it, that, based on my take profit, my stops, things like that. I'll give it a rating that I have for myself. I'm very hard on myself. That's the unfortunate thing about me. I'm a horrible critic of myself. In some cases, I would probably say that I'm worse than anywhere near what I actually am. Even like now, you guys see my trades, and I'll still say I'm not that great of a trader, and that's just kind of like the way I am. But that makes me constantly always be, pushing further and harder. So that's kind of like the fire under my feet. You know, but that's usually how my day goes. That's how my morning will start off. I like to wait until about an hour and a half into the market open to really start, digging in with like my options trades and stuff. This is about the time that, after I've taken my futures trades, I'll start looking at my options trades around this time, see where we're at, could we pivot? Will we get continuation? Stuff like that. Definitely. I feel that since I don't have anyone, there's no one to critique my work or your work or anyone else's work that's here in this chat. The only thing that can, give us that critique is our profit margins and our losses. That's the only real critique we have. So, you know, and me, it's always, I want to be the very best at anything I do. That's just kind of who I am. So, I'm always just kind of pushing. And, that's one reason why, you know, now I look at different markets. I'm in gold, I'm in Bitcoin, I'm in ES. Sometimes you'll hear me in different other, trading other options in the market. And it's just because, we're in this, we're in this segment of the market like right now. We're consolidating. There's no real move. And as a trader, we start getting that anxiety. And what do? You don't want to make a trade because the last thing you want to do is lose money. But we're here to learn at the very least, because learning is worth more than money. That's invaluable. So if I can apply my strategies to other indices and find opportunities, that's ultimately what I try to do now. And looking at the bigger picture, zooming out. Oh yeah, definitely. I think that's one reason why, I learned very quickly that I had to wake up super early to get here early in the morning, even in the pre-market. I like that. I like that 45 minutes before the market opens because sometimes you can catch a beautiful pivot, where the New York market starts to wake up and they're like, hey, they find that value area low and then they start to dive in. So definitely, absolutely. Yeah, Fluent. If you don't have a morning, think of it like this. If you go to your job, you have a morning routine, right? You show up, you put your lunch somewhere. Maybe you go to the coffee pot, you go grab yourself a cup of coffee, you chat with maybe a colleague, and you kind of rap about what's on the agenda for the day, and then you go start doing your work. And this is the same thing. You got to develop those type of daily routines because this is work. You got to create you no one's going to create your business for you in the market, and you have to do that discipline. And that's why at the very root of what I tell traders is it's important to find out what time works best for you. You cannot be rushed in the market. If you got to go pick up your kids in like 30 minutes, don't trade. Like, who do you think you are that you think you can do it in 30 minutes? I mean, unless you're Warren Buffett, go for it. But, you can kind of set yourself up for failure in that instance. And you have that added pressure. So that's why I always recommend having a morning routine. And I love to hear other traders' routines. I've been trying to personally incorporate a morning workout. So I'm actually going to start waking up about 30 minutes earlier and I want to start running in the morning. Because I still feel a little bit of anxiety in the day, not as much as I used to, but I'd like to be a little, I'd like to just, I want to be a little bit healthier. And I think the workout in the morning will do me good overall in my trade and health wise. Definitely. Yeah, I keep a set of free weights at my desk. So I've got two dumbbells on each side of me, and they're always there. And I usually will pick them up in the morning session, midday. I start kind of, man, come on, do something, and I'll just pick them up. I'll start doing some curls. I'll start push. Just just basically trying to get out that stress out of myself. Because even then, I gets frustrating here during the day. Hmm. Absolutely. Well, that's cool. You're the second trader I know, or third. I should say third, because I got another friend that does it now. After I had talked about it, I was like, yeah. So that's cool. That's cool. Hmm. Hmm. Exactly. Yeah, it's so shocking that you take 5 minutes, 2 minutes like that, and all of a sudden your perspective can change and that clarity can come to you, and that's super important. especially if you want to be a mechanical trader. Correct. I mean, definitely. Definitely. And, I think that's a problem that, a lot of us as traders suffer, through is, how to be dynamic, how to adapt to, you know, where the trade goes against you, and then being able to clearly see the next trade without over leveraging or revenge trading. That's a complicated manner, issue to deal with. Myself, I usually review my trades, through the day and then at the end of the day. So, you know, if I have a real big misstep, I will stop and I'll start to make notes at that point. Because if I do that, it allows me to start really just nitpicking it. And the unfortunate thing about like me is I can almost instantly figure out what I did. Like you know that you're a trader, and everybody here is like that. The minute you get stopped out or you take a mistrade, you know exactly what you did. You went too fast. Your entry was too late. Maybe you oversized. And it's almost something as simple as that. But the faster you can be okay with that, and then you can be like, hey, don't do that again. Let's move on. That's when it really starts to come together because there's going to be mistakes. There's going to be mistakes in trading. Error is human, and last time I checked, we're all humans. So there's going to be missteps. But you got to be able to think on a pivot, clear-headed, and be able to adjust dynamically and be like, okay, this isn't going to work. I think of affluent. I think what you point out there is probably what gets a lot of traders at the beginning is you know accountability. you know Especially in this game. The accountability, it's all on you. You can't blame it on me. You can't blame it on Becky. You can't blame it on your sister, your wife. It's all on you. Because ultimately, you are the person sitting there hitting the buy and sell button, regardless of what anybody says. And a lot of traders get caught up in that they want to, oh, the market this, oh, Trump that. You know what? You can do that about everything in life. You can do that about every single thing in life. You can chalk off an excuse about everything. But at the end of the day, that's not going to allow you to grow. And it's not going to allow you to realize the fault in what you're doing. Because ultimately, it doesn't matter what those people are doing. I've said that before countless times in chat. What the only thing that matters in the market is what you're doing. Because at the end of the day, it's money. It's your money. Mm-hmm. Well, team, welcome to New York Lunch. Made it through the morning session. Slow. It's almost like the market is just waiting for news. Trump and Zelensky to talk air defense and weapons on Friday, and also to talk possible Russia negotiations. That's kind of like. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, I think a lot of traders get caught up in an ego problem. You know, I know myself, I didn't have as much of an issue dealing with with, I didn't have a problem with being right. I understood that I wasn't going to be right, but maybe that's me as a business owner. You know, I was, I've been very accustomed to getting feedback from my staff, my employees. So it was always very easy for me to kind of flip and be like, you know what, I could see that an error and maybe, or maybe they had a better idea than I did, or a better approach on how to approach an issue, and that allows me to be real dynamic. I don't have to be right, you know. You know, it actually, yeah, exactly. But the funny thing is that I didn't have that problem. Where I started to have a problem was that I started to see I was being too aggressive. Where the business side of me was, well, then we need to go buy other stuff. Let's go shopping. Let's just buy and acquire and hoard. And that was even worse. I think it was worse because then it would feel like I was justified. I'm investing. That's losing. So I'm looking at this, and this has a better opportunity. And I started realizing I was overextending myself. So it actually was different, but then it created different issues for me. Oh, poor things. We kind of talked about that. If the market continues to bounce, we probably will see gold continue upward. Hmm. Yep. It's just the same that gold cons are just so juiced up today. Well, where we're at now on gold, not so much. It's going to really push those contracts. Let's see. Download this. Download this. Save for later. Oh. this in our browser. Ah, let's go where the news ticker. Still got a ways to go. Let's see if we can get that 705. We spoke about that. Yeah, no worries. You have a great day. Thanks for coming in. Hope you have a great trading day. We'll see you later. Bye. All right, and that was Market Mamas hanging with us here for a little bit. Thank you again for dropping all that knowledge on us. Greatly appreciate it. Don't forget, we've also got Fibs coming in tomorrow. We will have another guest speaker coming in tomorrow to discuss Fibonacci strategies and other great strategies for trading. So if you guys are looking to expand your knowledge, which you should, that is exactly what you should be doing. You know, the ultimate superpower of a trader is having multiple trade strategies under your belt. The more trade strategies you learn, the more opportunities in the market you create for yourself. So definitely take advantage of that. That will be after market close tomorrow. Is that? I believe it says it right there on there. I can't see it. It's a little small for me. So yes, tomorrow it will be at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. So you can catch Fibs going over trade psychology and trade with a plan. Make sure you guys stop in for that. I tell you guys, we got some great speakers coming in. Awesome. You know, our team has been working, you know, very hard to bring in new traders. But yeah, no problema. Ah, yes, moving quite nicely, making that slow grind. NQ not so much lagging this move, but nonetheless, we're here for it. Looks like we're going to get that push. Bitcoin throwing a buy signal now as well in the 9 minute. All right, team. 18 minutes into New York lunch. Market is starting to kind of coast to the upside, making that push. Will it continue? I hope so. Only time will tell. Don't forget, guys, New York lunch. Get up, walk around. We talked about it. Talked about working out, you know, self care. You know, the market, it's, the market doesn't care. You know, the market doesn't care about us. So we got to take care of ourselves. You know, make sure you guys get up, get yourself a fresh water, fresh cup of coffee, get a little pastry, a little donut, because we got a whole lot of trading day left, team. Whole lot. There's money to be made, and we are not sleeping today. Market's starting to get that push now. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Hmm. Absolutely affluent. Stop that break even on that. Sorry, guys. I am typing some notes. I'm posting on social media, so I'm putting up a post. See if we can get ourselves a little more viewers on our YouTube. Yeah, if you guys want to catch us on YouTube, you know, being that it's the latter half of the day and you guys got some stuff to do and want to jump out of Discord, feel free to jump into the YouTube channel. You can also catch Coach Matt's awesome trading class in there from last week. Yes. Wyckoff theory. That was, man, that was incredible. That was a great class. I liked it. Market's still pushing. Yes, kind of rejecting. Same for gold. Bitcoin. Donald Trump's going to go live at the Peace Summit. So he should be making some kind of statements here in a little bit. So you guys be careful. Man, what a consolidation for the morning session, right? So wound up. Just cooking, man. Been tough. It's been tough. Definitely, the market does not want to show its cards for the latter day. I think we continue that upside grind though. That's that's what I see. I see that we're gonna probably continue grinding up. Come on. It's gonna go? Looks like it wants to. Market's struggling. We're at the bottom of the hour now. Got 30 minutes left of New York lunch. We can't break that range on NQ. We can't break that prior high. It's just like testing and testing and testing. I mean, look at it. Yeah, starting to make a flag. You broke out of this bull flag on a 5. That's what that is right there. Reject. It looked like it tried to create, rejected, came in down, broke below the 200 on the 5, reestablished above it, and now riding the 9 to the upside. Same for MES. It might take more than a day to reclaim this level. That's the one thing about it. It might take more than a day to reclaim it. A couple of weeks ago, it took 2 days to reclaim that sell off. When we had that big sell off, it took 2 days. It didn't do it in one day. Because I remember specifically, I went after that prior high for the sell off, and it didn't happen until like a day later. And I was just kind of mad at myself. I was like, I could have swung positions and stuff. At the 30-minute now. Top of that range. Looks like we're pushing nicely now. We're gonna get it now. Let's go. Let's go. Send it. Mm-hmm. You think, team, we're gonna get this? She gonna push? Oh, we're looking now. I'm like, it's gonna go for it now. We're gonna break. Finally, fish. Well, hungry today. Market's still rejecting these highs. Rejected right off of 24,923. What a tough day. They don't want to give it up. They don't want to give a read on the market at all. Do not want to give up a read on this market one bit whatsoever, do they? They're just battling all day long to keep this thing afloat. That's better. Might pivot or rip through that. Orders have been chilling here all day. Just dropped off. Well, of course, we're running into the latter half of the day, so we're going into the second part of the session now. Will that be the high for the day? Uh,
Bitcoin selling rejected. Can't get over ATR. NQ holding back on that 4 hour support. 24,889 again.
almost out of my last cup of coffee. There's the answer. Yep. That pullback. Losing interest. Well, you already know the Bulls are smart. They won't fight it. If the Bears want to take it from them, they'll just give it up and back away. But they'll let the Bears eat, and then they'll stomp on them because the Bears will, the Bears want to get slaughtered. I mean, that's literally it. The Bears want to get slaughtered. Come on in, Kier. Hold this line. All right, let's see what happens here, team. Oh man. Okay. Man, talk about a slow day, but last week's move definitely to be expected. All right, team, we got about 9 minutes to the end of New York lunch, coming into the top of the hour, coming into the midday session. And Q's starting to get a little pampy here. Still holding that 4 hour support, 24,889. If you guys are looking for short, that's the level you want to get below for the short side. You know, we've been just kind of paradogging, through these levels, trying to, tip higher and higher. London session highs 24,946 and a quarter on NQ. Just got a wick into, what was that? That is 24,937.50. Let's take a gander at the heat map. Still same thing. Quite a bit of red, quite a bit of green. Does look like some red is kicking into consumer non-durables. Looks like some of this sector is actually taking a hit. Oh, look at that. Nike's picking up. Good for Nike. I'm a big Nike fan. You guys, oh yeah, y'all may not know I'm a huge sneakerhead. I'm all about my sneaks. So let's just see how this grind continues. Bitcoin's still at that low. Has not given me any confluence to the upside. I will say that. No, I'm scoping Bitcoin out. I want to see what it's gonna do. I want to see if Bitcoin's gonna follow tech. Come on, NQ. Do it. Let's break this range and let's go. Look at the 3 minute. See how this is forming. We're above that trend line now that I drew. We're gonna set that range, finally breaking out. Holding that level now. Let me go NQ. I'm gonna be aggressive here into the end of New York lunch. Let's see if we get that push. I'll put my stop at right there. I'll put my stop at 24,923. That way, if it stops me out, we're out early. Come on. Come on, push NQ. Push it. Buyers, the bulls take this and push it to the next level. You can get that expansion. Come on. Come on, test that high. There you go. There we go. We're making that push now. Bitcoin catching a bid? It looks like Bitcoin wants to catch a bid too. Oh man, there goes NQ. Come on. Come on. NQ, do it. There we go. Come on, Bulls. Push this baby. Come on, send it. What is this? Did I open the same chart twice or something? Come on, push NQ. Do it. There goes NQ going. There's that move. Let's go. Let's go, team. Let's send this thing. I'm gonna put my stop in the money. I'm gonna put it a little. I'm gonna put it at 24,940. Come on. 2 minutes from the top of the hour, team. Goes NQ. Finally breaking out of this range. Let's go. All right, team. We're at the top of the hour. Welcome. Puts us 2 hours off from power hour. That's right. 2 hours from power hour. And maybe I shouldn't have choked this up so much. Yep. I shouldn't have choked it up as much. Scope out gold. A little bit of a pullback. Set that intraday high. 4,137.20. Not sitting at 4,127.60. ES at 6,708. NQ at 24,942.50. Bitcoin just chomping away there at that bottom. And don't forget, guys, if you guys are looking for freebies, some giveaways for spectacular Halloween here at Blue Sky, then we've got a bunch of great giveaways going on. We got our Halloween contest, then we've got a meme contest going on. So, check those out. Those are on our socials. We've got the Halloween, like I said, the meme contest. We've got free launch plans being given away, Blue Sky merch, hats, tees, all kinds of great stuff. But everybody wants those big prizes. So don't forget about that competition we've got going on. That's $1,000 first place, $500 second place, $250 third place, and fourth and fifth get free evals. And that's our Blue Sky Fright to Fun Challenge, as well as that meme contest we've got going on. So don't forget to check those out. Yeah, I can't believe there's no news. There's no top stories today. China. Well, you already know what that means. We're sending it. We're sending it, RQ. I know you don't want that. I know you don't want that. It's Bido doing. Bido's finally catching its bid. I had a funny feeling it was going to do that. Its contracts are still sitting at 30. Ugh. Can we get over? And keep pushing quite nicely. Let's take a look at ES now. Probably just going to have a slow grind the rest of the afternoon up to the upside while all this happens. Silver just took out $50. Oh, thank you. Let's take a look at silver. Come on, give me silver. Yeah, 50.41 on silver. Sheesh. Bitcoin's the only thing really lagging right now, this market. Huh. Got a long way to go. I've been working on a new strategy. I'm working on something totally different. Sell it to Bahala. A wise coach once said, silver to 500. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Hey, some people say Warren Buffett calls him for advice on gold. I just call him Coach Matt.
Come on, do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
Break 960, head to 975. Right? Well, looks like the Bulls are working it out. Man, I missed out on that spy call. I'll tell you that. That sucker's sitting at $1.18 a con now. I really messed up on that. I would have had like 4 days on that position too. I could have swung it all week until Thursday. Mad at myself. Could have been a crazy multi-day hold. That's if my trade thesis for the week holds up, is that we recover into like Tuesday, Wednesday. And if Taco Tuesday holds up and our boy does what we think he'll do, then we know the market's going to rip to the upside. Yeah. If Trump folds, which he's going to have to, he's not going to be able to stand on it. Figure the market to rip. Well, we'll see. You know, I can always be wrong. Otherwise, RQ is going to get his dream. And he's going to get that break of his desk. This is exactly what he's going to end up with. Mm-mm-mm. That rejection on you. Hmm. Pretty stiff rejection. Yeah, Bears always want to fight it. Always want to fight the trend. The Bears, they never learn. Mm. Ooh, we're gonna get this up. They never learn. Fuck you. Stop it. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Huh. Mm-mm-mm. Dumps 50 points. Yep. All right. Hey, hey, no, stop it. No, my wife's pup just came over here, tried to grab the napkin off my desk. Wife shot me over a little tacos. I got a little breakfast taco I'm munching out on here in the background. Let my runner run. Okay, RQ. All right, RQ. Good luck on that. I did get a sell signal like on the 1 minute. So let's see how long this holds. Good luck to you, brother. Vaya con Dios. Or you got stopped out of my lawn. It's okay. It's a runner. Don't have to worry about it. Absolutely. I love it. I love the mentality, brother. Keep it up. Man, you've been doing well though. You know, I gotta say that, RQ. I've seen your trade progress and it looks very good. So congrats on that. I don't know what exactly you've been doing, but you know, looks like you've been doing good. Trump's talking about Iraq. We got the Fed reverse repo also going on. Magic. What happened? Oh man. Oh, the pullback, right? The pullback on gold. Did you go long on it on the top, thinking it was going to expand? You can't. You can't do that with gold. You cannot do that with gold. Look at the 15-minute, bro. Look at the 15-minute and the way, like, well, I would say to be careful where and how you do that aggressive move. Because, like, look at this right here. Boom. Right? You got that. That's that aggressive move. You know, like sometimes you feel, oh man, when I'm always trying to be aggressive, that's when I get burned. Is because they know that's that structure you're gonna go for because you think it's breaking out. You know. So what I usually try to do, you know, because that you'll see that and you'll be like, it's an aggressive 15-minute candle. You should get the next candle stand above it, right? You have a strong push above the 90 MA. You can't go there. You're too late. Your odds of getting stopped out are significantly higher than you making money. That's where you start kind of weighing out your risk or reward. You know, you think of it like this. You got a 10% chance that you're going to make money, but yet you have a 90% chance that you're going to get stopped out. Think about that. That's what you got to think about. That's how I kind of look at when I'm entering in my trades is I want to know which side of the ratio am I at, you know? A lot of times why I'll even miss the trade because I'd rather have my confluence play out. You know, I can always look at Mike. Mike is a perfect example about that. He'll get right out of the way of the trade, and what's the thing he'll say? I'll get back in the trade. I'll get back in the trend. because he knows there's a trend that he can hop on. And if the trend is strong and showing its muscle, there's no reason why he can't get back on it. But it was the right move. Hey, then you know what? You followed your trade plan then, right? Oh yeah. That's all that matters, you know? Sometimes it's right, sometimes it's wrong. Mm. Yeah, that's what it turns into. You gotta like cook. You gotta cook in the trade. And that happens to me like when I'm too like sometimes I'm too aggressive on the position. Let's see that. And you're like, oh, why did I do that? It's not all that next trade though. That sell on the 1 minute kicked in right here. Kicked in right here at 24,934. Still holding below now. Oh, I'm still in my trade. Oh my God. I thought I was out of my NQ trade. I'm such an idiot. I'm still in it. Oh no, it's not there. Yeah, that's not there. That's just a ghost trade. I was like, my trade is still there. Save and reload. I was excited. Yeah, you can imagine that as AGs right there. Huh. Mm. Okay. Back in a 4 hour support, man, those support lines have been pretty strong. Cool, right? Just boom, right through them, hold it, inch to the next one. Testing the 9 here on the 3 minute. Can we get over it though? We got the, yeah, as long as the 9 EMA doesn't roll under the 26, we should be fine. We should continue to grind up. Looks like another little bull flag. A little 45-degree breaks that we get. We got one like right there. Looks like you've got one kind of forming here. It's not correct. Let me fix it. Like right there. I love those. Gives you a nice upside target. Let's see if we can get to 24,959 again. Let's see if we get that push. Bitcoin just not doing anything. It's like they don't know what to do with it. Like crypto, the crypto traders are just kind of just watching the way the rest of the market is. Still a lot of green across the S&P, so looking good, looking good. See if it holds up for that slow grind up to the upside team. Downside. Are you? Gap not filled, jobs not finished. There's. Ooh, it looks like it, bro. Like we're gonna sell. Oh, Hmm. The Trump press conference is over. Market's starting to sell, starting to push now. Sell signal that I mentioned earlier is still holding on the market. Let's see what the Dow is doing. Four minutes past the bottom of the hour, NQ starting to pull back now. The 1 minute is starting to approach the 200 EMA. 200 EMA is sitting at 244, 24,887.50. I know, RQ, you ready? Runner still running? Sweet. Oh, you're making up, man. You're making up. Shit, you're almost. No, it's a smaller position. Not bad, though. You already took a few hundred off that position earlier, I believe. So great work, man. Just pick at that. Yeah, 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 yeah. That's money right there, bro. Just keep grinding away at it. Just keep picking it away at it. It's like Dow's making that next leg down. Same for NQ. NQ in the 3 minute could dip down to 24,875. That's the next 4 hour support. And then you've got the 200 EMA sitting down at 24,853. Looks like downside might be the course. Although in the 1 minute, we are holding the 200, trying to get back over the 9 EMA. Riding the 9 to the downside, though, right now, though. You can see here on the 3 minute that the 9 and the 26 are starting to converge. So it looks like the 9 wants to push under the 26, which would allow the market to start to kind of sell. It'll act as resistance as opposed to support on the way down. So kind of important to see what the market's gonna reflect and do here. Dow's continuing to sell. Same for NQ. Oh wow. Market's still selling down, showing no stopping. Bitcoin as well looks like it wants to dip. Dow's already moved down. The 1 minute, we're right at the 200 Dow. 20 minutes from the top of the hour. Puts us an hour off from power hour, team. Don't forget that. That 1 minute 200 is holding right now. The Dow catching a bit as well. Will that hold as a green candle or turn into a green candle? $86. Ah, this calls went down again. Interesting. Interesting. There she goes. No turning around now. Even Bitcoin's starting to falter. No bueno. That's crazy. Bitcoin is just not moving. It is just pinned right there at 114,504. While the rest of the market now is taking a breather and pulling back some. Dow pulling back, sitting at 46,242. We got NQ now pushing down 24,843.75. Support below at 24,875. So let's see if we get a 20 point, move down. We've also got the 200, substantially further down, like I mentioned earlier, 24,852.60. Gold looks like it's putting in a bull flag. You got a bull flag forming on gold here. Got 15 minutes to the top of the hour, team. The 1 minute NQ is still holding that 200. Just sitting there. It's an interesting inflection point. What will it do here? I'm going to take it. I'm a little aggressive on this. See if she holds. Market holding. Said I'm testing the 200 EMA on the 1 minute here on NQ. Oh, wow. Now the now Bitcoin is starting to sell. No bueno. Gold pulling back under the 9 EMA on the 15. Testing it right now. See what they do with this. And Q still holding that 200 for now. I needed to get over though. EMAs have already converged, so you got the 9 under the 26. We'll see though. Go check out the ES. See what ES is doing. Come on. Home. Wow. It's like NQ is breaking the 200. It's testing it right now. It hasn't gotten under it on the 1. Dang. They are going to take us down, are they? Got 9 minutes till the top of the hour. A little bit more red popping up across the board. Could see that in communications, commercial services. Even healthcare now is developing a little red. Keep an eye on finance. See if finance starts to falter in technology. I'm hearing that AMD is also kind of breaking a support line. Might even be pushing lower. Yes, struggling here at this base. AQ trade is still holding up well for us. Look at that. Up a few bucks on that. I'm gonna move my stop at 24,898.75. See if we can hold this bad boy. It looks like I'm gonna get stopped out on this long. That rejection on the EMA. Literally just, yeah, I just got rejected ugly on that. Oh, there it is. There's a stop out right there. Nasty. Rejected. And the Bears ain't gonna let this go, are they? Why? Well, that cell's gonna continue down. Oh man. It's afternoon now. It looks like it wants to rip though. There she goes. It's going for it now. Market catching that bid now. Holy moly, there's that candle on NQ. Man, why did I get stopped out? Man, I need to stop moving my stop limits. I should have just held it. Oh, my biddle calls are up. Holy moly. I actually took a position in Bitcoin. I've been holding calls on it. I was hoping that the reversion would happen. I actually had some buy orders below what my entry was, hoping that I might be able to catch a little bit more, but no dice. No dice. Yes. That's another Tilray. Okay. You know what? Let's try this again. You guys think? Let's do it again. Top of the hour. Let's see what this 1 hour candle does for us. Maybe we'll get that push. I stop in again. I'm gonna put it at that. I'm gonna put it at 24,910. Jesus Christ. I need to stop doing that at the top of those candles. This is a 3 minute, so we should be fine. Top Shop City. I don't think so, sir. I don't think so. I think we're gonna see that move happen a little early today. I think we're gonna see some action here shortly. It feels like it. I mean, look at this. We've just been consolidating for so long. You know, the market just needs to make up its mind. What is it gonna do? There you go, pushing again. Let's go, NQ. Send it. Let's get that intraday high. 24,959 is my high side target. Let's come out of this top of the hour and let's just show these bears what's up. 100. Mm. If I don't catch a nice trade, hopefully I catch a fish at least. Hey, good luck, bro. Good luck, Nacho. Man, lucky. Out there trading, fishing. I don't like it. Your candles are fishy. I'm okay closing up the charts here. Performed pretty badly, but managed to cut the loss smaller. Tomorrow's a new day. No need to go meet Nacho at the fishing hole. Hey, that's not fair. I don't get an invite. What am I, chopped liver here? Man, I can't get an invite. Okay. Hell yeah, come through our queue. I'm at Big Bear. Oh, that's fun. I'd be down. Man, where did the volume go? You know, it looked like we were gonna get that trend to the upside and just continue to grind up. Looks like kind of running out of steam. Little volume, about 200 orders on the chain. Just a slow little grind, but Bitcoin moving. Goes US. Goes NQ now, finally waking up. Let's go. Be right back. And take a little 5 minute break. Right, I'm back on myself a fresh cup of water. I'm ready to see what we got for the afternoon. Oh, damn, haven't been in there a few years. Runner finally got stopped, half an hour. Oh. Got the buy signal here on Bitcoin. Now, what will Bitcoin do? What ES do? ES kind of rejecting. I think he's still trying to push. Bulls are doing their best. They're putting in a valiant effort. Let's go, Bulls. Come on, Bulls. Hold it, Bulls. Hold it. Hold it. They're struggling. I've never been to Big Bear. What's up, Hammy? How's it going? Welcome back. Just in time for gold to rip. I hope so. It looks like it might be ready for it. Sellers might be done. Yes, holding Bitcoin looking some kind of way. Bitcoin's like side-eyeing me right now. Getting buy signals now on NQ. Oh, interesting. NQ pushing nicely now, holding 24,943. 7 minutes away from the bottom of the hour. Looks like the rebound is still holding true. Let's see if we can get back up to 24,959. Make that nice coast up to intraday high. This took all day long, but we're finally doing the dang thing. Finally. Yes. Yes. Bitcoin is moving. Let's go. Yes, it's finally grinding upward. NQ holding quite well. Come on, NQ, push it. I'll put my stop again in the money. Hopefully we don't get stopped out this time. I think we should go this time though. It's got to push through aggressively. We need the volume to step in. The volume's not here. We're gonna putter out. We're gonna come right back in. So we need the bulls to step in and show us what they got. Otherwise, they'll turn this into a relative equal high, and then we'll make an M and we'll sell back down. Come on, hold it. Huh. Oh wow. NQ holding that level. Still has that rejection at 24,956. Still in this trade now, so holding firm. Look at that push on NQ now. Man, look at that single con riding. Woo-wee. Breaking intraday highs. Come on. Push it. Mm. Let's take a look at gold. Gold's still just kind of stalled out on the 9 EMA. What's up, ALCI? The gray box, it's like an equilibrium box. The do-it-yourself custom strat builder, I can have it to add that in there. Can kind of tell you where the midpoint is on the market. This will be it. Or in this instance, like right now, it's telling us it's a supply. So if we reject here, it'll create like an order block, and then we'll start rejecting there, and then probably look at sitting trading in this range. So sorry, actually not equilibrium, supply, supply order block or resistance. So you got a bearish order block that's kind of being built here. So we're gonna eat through all these orders just to get through it. You have a bunch of sellers there trying to short at this level. So that's basically what it means. So you gotta accumulate enough buyers to eat up all these sellers, and then we just push through it. Hope that answered your question. I'm gonna go and close this. I don't want the pullback to be so deep and then we end up like losing a ton of money. I'll just wait and see if this thing is gonna further pull back because the volume looks like it's kicking into the downside. See it? See how big that candle just turned out? Good coach. Speaking of ham, I bought bacon from Costco, and I have to say it looks beautiful. Okay, let's go. I don't know why you telling me about bacon, man. Why are you trying to make me hungry? I mean, I'm not really hungry. I had my breakfast taco. You know, I usually pick up this bacon from Sam's. They have this big hickory pack of bacon, and I like to pick that up. That's what I pick up for us. You know, with all these mangy kids, I got a lot of bacon eaters here. Whew, nasty fade on the market there. Gadoosh. I'm glad I took profit on that trade. I'm really glad I took profit on that. I like it up here. It's chill. I got a cabin up here this past summer, so I'm just enjoying it as much as I can. Oh, that's cool. Do you own a piece of land, or are you renting a cabin out there, or Airbnb? Oh, there you go. That's all you need right there. Little investment. Nice. Nice. That's always a nice if you got a little getaway cabin and stuff, I'm sure. Like I said, they might make that into an M and they'll sell it, knowing them. everybody else looking at? Anybody looking at anything else? Looking at gold, NASDAQ. Yeah, I'm totally glad I got out of that position. I'm looking at of course you are. Of course you are, RQ. God bless your hammy heart. Hammy's gonna like you now because you're always talking about him. What's up, Coach Matt? How you doing? Can't stop, won't stop. I'm sure you can. Not too bad. I've been, I had this overnight NQ long I held, made me a grip, got a couple of paper cuts in the morning session, and then I got myself a few scalps here in the afternoon session on NASDAQ. I'm swinging a couple of options for through the week. So I've got some Bitcoin longs. I've actually got Bitto. Yeah, I like the level we were at. I actually like Bitcoin compared to the rest of the market. Unlike the rest of the market, Bitcoin has just been very rock solid through the whole intraday session. It has just been holding this one. Yeah, it is just proving its strength and resilience to the rest of the news and things going, the volatility in the US market. So I found that very interesting. And it gave me validation that the prices being accepted at this. And prior to other times in Bitcoin, Bitcoin has a tendency that when it sells, it just sells. And you get that really aggressive push into lows. And you know, we did get that. Don't get me wrong, but we've already kind of plateaued, in my opinion. So I'm swinging to Friday. I'd like to see us maybe reclaim, some of the prior, highs from the sell-off on Friday. I found it interesting that we started the pivot on Saturday afternoon. So around midday Saturday, we started that pivot, and at the Sydney Open, it didn't stop. It just continued on, and to me, that just shows that buyers are still interested, and hopefully we get continuation. But we'll see how the week plays out. Say, what? No MySpace? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Just need money to move over to crypto. Interesting. Gold is starting to test the 26 now. RQ would be a MySpace guy. I'm kidding. You know what, RQ? Tom was my friend. But you know what? That guy never hooked me up with any swag. Worst friend ever. Never responded to my messages. Never sent me a birthday gift. I don't like that dude anymore. He's not my friend. Well, so much for us having a real power hour. Did you? Wow. Really? Yeah. Oh, that's sweet. Yeah. Yep. Hmm. It's still there though, isn't it? I thought it was still operational. Hmm. Hmm. Cooking those zero GTEs, my friend. Just cooking them. Mm-hmm. Wow. I bet you wish you would have stayed in a little longer. $50 today. Yeah, hit a little over 50. Creeper Tom. Maybe. Almost 20 minutes into power hour now. Just a slow grind towards the end of the day like we normally see. Mm-hmm. I mean, we got 40 minutes. I mean, if Bulls want to take the take the market, yeah. They have the opportunity. The setup is there. You know, the 5 minute is showing us a W. You know, we got the W. The real question is that, you know, will they break out of that trend line now? Can we get it? I think they do. I think they can. This will be the one, two. This is the third attempt to break out. So three times the charm. Three's my lucky number. But that's my lucky number. Oh, three. Three is my lucky number. Yours is 13. And we got tons of announcements. We got a bunch of events going on, you know, coach? We got the meme contest going on. We've got our meme contest going on. So those of y'all in chat, don't forget. We've got that going on. We're offering up some free accounts. Let's see, what is that one? That is the announcement for, yeah, so we're giving away some free eval accounts for first place winner. So don't forget about the meme contest. And we've got the Halloween contest going on as well, team. So just another opportunity for you guys to either get free accounts or even in the Halloween contest, free money. Free money up for grabs, $1,000 for first place. That's that trade contest. You know, a few of the traders are in. And we've got Fibs coming in tomorrow afternoon after market close. So don't forget, you can catch him going over his trade psychology and trade with a plan.
And we can't forget Coach Matt's live JE training class every Thursday. I love that mentorship class you have every Thursday. I don't even think we should call it anything other than a mentoring class.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
That's great. That's great. I love it. Couldn't be more right. Couldn't be more right, Coach.
That's funny. On the 5 minute NQ rejected that trend line that I've got for the top side that I want to break through. Like you said, though, it might just be something that's going to happen tomorrow, not today. Might take a few more days for this to really complete its move. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I still got time. Still got time in the day. Mm-hmm. Yep. That's all we're looking for is that technical breakout now. Hmm.
That's funny.
Hmm. It's like Bitcoin wants to make that next leg up. Yeah, man. Do that in Q. Mm-hmm. Looks like NQ wants to push low though. Testing a 4-hour support at 24,913. Trying to invalidate that W. But you don't see it on the other time. You don't see it on the higher time. Well, the 10-minute, yes. All right, we're 3 minutes into the bottom of the hour. 1 minute through a sell signal on NQ, but we've been in this kind of range, you know, what 20 point range for the last 3 hours really since like New York lunch. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, really funny here on the on the 1 minute. You could see. Oh, I took off my. Of course, I took it off. You can see that we've been just on the 200 on the 1 minute, just riding it. I don't think we're gonna sell though. Yeah, absolutely. All right, team. We're in the last 20 minutes of the New York cash session. Got imbalances coming on in about 10 minutes. This morning, the opening imbalances were all to the buy side. So let's see how the afternoon imbalances turn out for us. All right, looks like NQ is reaching, is trying. Come on, NQ, do it. Do the dang thing. Do it. Coming up to the last 15. Mhm. Just trying. Let's go about Bitcoin. Bitcoin's green on the day. Oh, look at that. Pushing 115,517. ES sitting at 6,697.75. Got NQ at 24,928, 929 right there. Rejecting still that trend line. It's so close. Like it wants it. It just wants to break out, but the bears just keep stopping it down. Gold sitting at 4,125. Stopped it down. Why? Why? Just let it go. Just let it go. Mm-mm-mm. Bears are taking it. It's all good though. We got Bitcoin. That's all we need. Got Bitto making up for that. But we just don't know. I mean, we're getting close. 3 minutes till market imbalances. Will they still be on the buy side? Could we have some good buy side imbalances that might just take us above the 6,711? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I'm up 33% on my Bitcoin long. I've actually been in the position. Yeah, I jumped into it much earlier in the morning, so I've been sitting in it. When Bitcoin pulled back, yeah, when Bitcoin pulled back and it was sitting at the bottom of the base here on the morning session, that's when I went long on it. I was looking for contracts that were cheap, and it was one of the few that I could actually find that was, kind of what I like to buy. So I just started piling into them. I mean, they were a little bit more expensive. They were like 38 cents a con, but compared to me going long on the SPY or NAT or QQQ, it offered the most value. Hmm. Get those. Okay, yeah, absolutely. S&P buy side 100 and 1,251. I will also drop that in chat. Nasdaq 618 million to the buy side. Dow 436 million to the buy side, and Mag 7 350 million to the buy side. And I'll be dropping that in chat here. It's a little bit to the buy side. Hmm. That's great. Market's catching that bid here in the last six. I was looking at BABA. BABA was down, has been down substantially. You know what? Thanks for bringing that up. There's always doomsdayers. Last minute. Yeah, the dump was pretty substantial. Ton of people got liquidated. Bunch of over leveraged traders, unfortunately. And people. I really like the level here. We've consolidated here at the in the midday session. Unfortunately, we didn't retest the intraday high. We made that, right before noon, right around noonish time, and then we just kind of ran out of steam. But it does leave me with a. I'm sorry. Yeah, I think the pajama traders are going to have a good trading session. I think they're going to keep picking away at that upside target. Unless we have any negative news. Hmm. What about gold though? I think gold's going to keep moving. I think gold's going to stop. Definitely. The market's still selling here into the close. We had a nasty dip on Friday at the close. Did you see that? Like the last 5 minutes before like the closing of the session, it just had a nasty dip. Yeah, yeah. I was so glad I didn't swing calls. I was like, man, I would have already had it like negative on them already. I was like, sheesh. Like you said, it challenging for the swing traders right now. Since we're talking about earnings, let me drop those in chat here as well so that everybody can be aware of what earnings reports we got coming up this week. It's got BlackRock tomorrow morning, Citi, JP Morgan. So a bunch of banks tomorrow. Sheesh. Wow. Mm, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that thing is massive. I've been reading and studying on it. I've been tracking it. I'm interested in that. Absolutely, boss man. I am still here. You got it, Coach Matt. Thank you for stopping in. We will see you tomorrow. Have a great day. And thanks to everybody for stopping in. Really appreciate you all. Don't forget about our launch plans on sale for $49 and $59. We've got the meme contest going on. We've got oh my goodness, so much news. The Halloween contest, that's going on. $1,000 top prize. And don't forget, we've got Fibs coming in tomorrow to talk about trading psychology and trade with a plan. As always, good luck in the market. Thank you all for tuning in today. We will see you bright and early tomorrow at the pre-market to tackle this thing we call the stock market. Have a great day, team. Good luck in the market. See you tomorrow.